And I'm trying to fix my model. Hold on. Maybe I need to restart this thing. 1 second. Would like not pick up like my movements. Hopefully it works. Because for a while the program I used would always break, and then I could like fix it by erasing all the files and then like re-importing them afterwards. And then usually it warms up for a bit. Okay, that's better. Can actually start now. I wonder if it's a good webcam, because when I got it, the cable is really delicate, and like if I bump the cable at all, it would just disconnect, and I'd have to fix by unplugging and replugging it back in. What was that last time? I'm pretty sure last time I woke up, I saw him, and then I talked to guards, and then I didn't go outside because I thought maybe there'd be a bunch of new stuff outside. What about this guy? I never talked to this guy like when I saw him here.
Hi again, Gendarme.
Okay, I guess
Bye-bye,
there's
Gendarme.
nothing new with him. Actually, I'm gonna head out for a bit. Then I talk to Kim. Is there anything new out here? Like, is the scenery different? Or
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away.
a little bit laggy? That zoom out seemed like a stutter a bit.
The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hat.
What do I see?
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another.
I can
Rain
see.
falls down on the world.
I can see my no parking graffiti. What is real?
Humid, your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you.
What is in the west?
Sheets of rain over the water, a flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinez, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds.
In other dialogue boxes before, was my flashlight like a little bit faster? Like now it's like slowly easing into it. I thought it used to be like more sporadic. Maybe it's the angle. Like I could just wave it around like there, but anything bigger and it's a little slower and smoother. I've lost the ability to have a seizure.
The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
What is down the shore?
Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs. Cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction. A defunct research and development building, once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water.
And beyond that,
Coal City, end of all lines.
who are you, ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows.
Run my fingers through my dampened hair. But wait, if I'm wearing a hat, would my hair be dampened? Because it specified I was wearing a hat. I'm probably wearing a hat, considering that's like an equipment slot.
Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance.
What's in the east?
The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Shake my shoulders again.
You shudder, looking down at your feet. Dirty rainwater runs veins into the plaza's snow. You realize you have no shoes on. Your feet are red with cold.
Wait, I'm wearing the combat boots. Like, I can see I'm wearing the combat boots. I saw, like, before I exited, I was thinking, like, wow, these combat boots are really shiny. Unless I was wrong and it turns out I'm not actually wearing the combat boots.
From the corner of his eye, the lieutenant gives your feet a worried glance. Rain drips from his glasses.
I should probably do something about this and, change shoes. I gotta check that. Am I wearing shoes? Should probably do something about this.
The lieutenant nods, then looks east.
What is there?
Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor is an artificial mountain range. Immense wealth resides within, and immeasurable poverty in its shadow.
Before that?
You, on the Martinez Plaza, a small dot looking up at the sky. Droplets form on your eyelashes.
And beyond that?
La Drusienne, King Dries passenger harbor. Cruise ships flanked by dock arms. Cranes watching over the mouth of the river distributary.
What's across the distributory? What is a distributory? I'm guessing it's where you distribute things.
Couronne, the lower middle class. Distributary after distributary cuts the city blocks in half. 7-story buildings trail off into the rain.
Where's Encyclopedia when I need it?
A silvery curtain of rain over the houses. The class divide. You have never been there. They don't need the law east of the river.
For a second I thought that was gonna be an encyclopedia check and I'd be like, it'll be right on cue. What's in the north?
Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. The morning news.
And then closer to here?
A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. The lingering odor of decomposition mixes with that of damp soil.
What's in the south?
A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
What's on the other side?
The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock.
Why am I not there? I probably have to go there to get the boat. Why am I not there?
To be in Martinaise, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution fell.
What am I doing here?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
Where the hood at?
Have a brother in the cut. Where the hood at?
Huh? That seems a little different. Further.
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
What's above?
Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
What's below?
Collapsed storm drains, old sewage systems flooded with rainwater. Hidden weapon caches from the revolution. Doors leading down to Leroyam. The catacombs to which, for 3 centuries, they delivered the blue-blooded dead.
Caches? Like, don't people get made fun of for saying caches instead of caches? Pretty sure that's a thing. I just thought.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Look, I'm wearing shoes. I'm wearing the combat boots. I'm probably not have to wear them anymore though. What kind of shoes was I wearing before? I think I was wearing these. Wait, got one thing. I forgot to turn on one thing. Okay. Hey Kim,
Yes?
I want to talk about you.
What about me?
Tell me a secret about yourself.
No.
Ask again. You've been through so much.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow. It's like you're locked down.
What's happening to me?
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands.
There's nothing I can do. I thought maybe because we've been through so much together, he would tell me a secret about himself.
The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
That's all for now. Actually, do you ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking, do you ever have conversations with, like, your brain?
I have no idea what you are talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
So you're saying your brain never just chimes in with the device or warnings or anything?
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his familiar Mnemotechnique A6 and idly thumbs through a few pages. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
That's all for now.
Good. Let's change the subject.
So what is this?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece. Would this have been different if I like managed to get them the sponsor or something?
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Also, I see there are guys sitting on the bench.
Looks like it. Yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
You're trying to imply, Fingers.
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
I don't have any currently, do I? I'm pretty sure I don't, because I never picked up any, I don't think. Now, isn't alcohol flammable? Is this the, Gaston? I think that was his name. And then his friend was Renee. This is the guy, right?
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Where's Renee? He gone?
The prick is gone. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
Gone where?
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent.
Oh, was he killed during the mercenary tribunal?
Oh, he would have liked that. Violent lives ending violently. That's how he wanted to go. Sadly, it was not the case.
How did he die exactly?
His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is.
Wait, did he push himself to prove he can pull his weight and doesn't need handouts?
Yes, he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it.
You think our conversation about his job pushed him to go out there?
No, René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say would ever push him to do anything. The man was completely immovable.
Was he really that bad?
I repeat, an absolute Kent. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to.
Did you love him?
We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that... Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were?
Something mean, I imagine.
In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a Kent, and he died a Kent. Let's leave it at that.
You know what happened to his medals?
I took them for myself. Took them to remember that old Kent. Nobody knew him better than I did. and I want to remember that old cunt by something.
Strange how old cunt sounds almost gentle when he says it now.
Here, something to remember your friends by. Even the photograph of Renee and the girl. It paid off, keeping it paid off.
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny... I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means the world to me.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo.
I offer my sincerest condolences. Conclude.
Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
Yeah. I mean, I already asked him about the Maybells, but too bad Renee's gone. I was hoping to ask him about Maybells. Hold up the flower that I already asked him about.
René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies.
Of course he didn't. Flowers are for pansies. Stop wasting time with them.
Insulin lilies?
That's their old name, dating back to the time of kings and crests, and all that other stuff he loved so much.
Why didn't he like them?
There were many reasons, but mostly it was the communals. They called them the bells of revolution. I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the whole Insulinde. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents. It doesn't really matter anymore.
Bye for now. That was nice. You gave him the photo. Not selling anything really paid off. See him picking up every little thing pays off. Does Tommy alone have anything to say? Anything new?
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive?
I've been better.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
Still looking around. Loose threads to tie up. Mainly just bothering people to see who cares I got shot.
Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right?
That's all for now. I'm probably just gonna go around talking to everyone. I can probably put away my gun, I imagine. Probably. I guess I'll keep it out. I don't have any bullets anyway, but it'll be like symbolic. I need to hold it so I don't lose it again. I wonder if that's just gonna be a permanent thing now, just the meme about losing my gun. Probably because I made it into a big thing. I just like never gave it up. So they said the harbor was locked, so I probably can't get in.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
Yeah, I got shot. No big deal. No big deal or anything. It's just I had armor.
Yet you live. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace. You have a true boyadero heart.
Right. So where's everyone?
Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out, for the time being.
Yeah, let me get inside. I want to say hi to Everard.
No, man. Not today. Today is war.
Sunrise Parabellum.
He says it matter-of-factly, like it's no big deal.
What's gonna happen next?
Time will tell. I'll tell Everard you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad.
What will you be doing now?
I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live.
Yeah, trying to get shot, eh?
I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
I'm guessing Measurehead's not around. If he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he just beat me up on the spot. But I guess he probably wouldn't have any reason to do that because, like, I didn't confront him. I just, like, jumped over the wall. $1. I thought for a second that might be some sort of, like, major secret, like, Measurehead's secret box or something. So... I can't just bust in, can I? I didn't think so. I'm pretty sure that one was my gun. I got 2 guns. I don't want to mix them up. I don't want to lose any of them. Before I loaded in, I was looking at my saves to see if, like, when I go back and redo the tribunal, I wondered if I could, like, go back and redo the whole thing with the ruby too. I might have a save for that, maybe. But I don't know. I might have, like, saved over it. We'll see. Do you care?
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Okay. I mean, I guess they wouldn't really know since they're kind of in here the whole time. Can I steal the poncho again?
To the left of the croissants and juice bottles, several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf.
Wait a minute.
To the left of the croissants and juice bottles, several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf. One, however, lies in the dusty floor, the one you tried and failed to steal.
I mean... if I had the option to buy the one I failed to steal, I probably would have. Why not? Why not? That's just gonna sit there on the floor forever now. We're just gonna pretend that whole thing never happened. I thought maybe trying to do that and failing would, like, lead to some sort of butterfly effect where the mercenaries come in and they work for Frit or something, and then they especially have it out for me because I tried to steal from Frit. That would have been funny. Is this guy still here? Does he care?
Wow!
Wow, what?
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? You know what that is? Cool! That's cool!
I'll let you do it for now. Right. I should probably also go talk to Kuno. If there's someone who has something to say about this whole ordeal, it's gotta be Kuno. I would be shocked if he had absolutely nothing to say about it. He probably wasn't outside, like, during the whole thing, but he might have been. He could have had, like, a clear view of the whole thing.
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
I heard that was cool. Someone just told me that was cool. Saying that.
People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
Feels good for some reason.
Nice, he healed my morale even though I didn't need it. Can he heal, like, my health? Okay, I'm off.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Who knows?
No. What about this person? You're lucky I have no bullets.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Never mind, you're not worth it. Okay. Could I, like, jump back into the harbor? Because that's how I got in the first time, and surely they can't lock that down, right? Jumping into the harbor. Well, I think it was mostly just flavor text anyway. He didn't seem to, like, offer me anything except, like, he says that he's gonna be watching me or something. I guess I just can't go down there. And let me just slowly walk back down to the exit, because this is a really confusing perspective and I'm not gonna be able to like walk there manually because it's all zigzaggy. I'm gonna like hit the wrong angle and then walk right back up the ramp. If there's one person I want to see like would say anything about the whole tribunal thing, it would be Everard. But I guess that's not a thing. Actually, I guess there is still like someone. I would be half surprised if I touch the novelty dice maker first.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream.
Hold on. My idea was like I turn off the power and then this thing melts and I can open it. Regardless, I'm gonna try anyway.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Yeah, look, it's unplugged. So that means I theoretically have a higher chance of passing this check. I mean, I'm not gonna go look around for a better pry bar, so might as well try it. And hopefully it doesn't do damage to me, because that would be bad.
The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well, but the lid simply won't budge.
What is this?
You see the pry bar's metal handle bending right before your very eyes.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open.
Advanced? Where do we get one?
I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
But what if it was?
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what's in this mysterious ice cream maker.
Okay. This thing. Haven't I looked in here before? This is just nothing, right?
A few bricks have fallen off.
Okay. I head to the novelty dice maker and see if that's anything. Well, maybe it would be faster to just go the other way. Game, get out of the way. You're blocking the stairs. Pretty sure they're around this way. Oh, my mage ripped my gun before talking to the civilian.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Last time I tried this, I took my pants off and that didn't work. if I have anything that can do this now. I might just actually just skip that. I don't think I'm gonna do that. It's probably not gonna lead to anything. I guess the only people who might comment about this whole thing are people who are like outside and not locked up in the building. Although, I want to say a net in place on that's like fair game, because they did have a window just like right out there. Let's talk to the kid first, because the kid is nice.
Hi, Ace Detective.
Okay, bye.
Oh my god! Things have gotten out of hand! I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime! It's even worse! I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days. The shop has been locked. No sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone. I know I shouldn't have bought a shop in this ghetto.
Say nothing, just stare at her.
And you! Oh my god! Just look at you! It looks like even the police can't take care of all this. Someone should do something about this. Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio. Yes! It makes sense. Crime is the 6th element, you see. The darkest element. I could teach people to protect themselves against bad energies and to fight crime.
Sounds like a plan. Life must go on after all. That's gotta be better than whatever they have currently at this bookstore.
Yes, what Martinez really needs is more vigilantes roaming the streets.
I mean, psychically, you sit in your home and like you pray for, I don't know, no crime.
Exactly. It's a brilliant idea. Thank you, officer. I'm going to start drawing up business plans right away. In the meantime, do buy the books. As many as you can. They won't be here for much longer. Is there anything else I can help you with?
I guess technically there's also like that old lady who I tried to bust the door down of, but she's kind of far removed from this whole thing. And I guess there are a couple more random NPCs, but there's no way they're gonna have anything to say. Actually, there's no way this is gonna work, but what if I visit Gary's house? Because it was locked last time, I think.
The door is closed again. Nothing to do here anymore. You hear someone inside, walking from room to room.
Okay, yeah, that's just closed. I guess there is technically the real estate agent, but there is no way they're gonna have anything to say. I guess technically Kuno's dad, but there's no way, right? Although oh, it's from 2 years ago. Kuno de Reuter. Surely there's gonna be nothing new. Could you imagine if there was something new here after the tribunal?
The aging alcoholic is still there.
Okay. And at this point, he's probably dead, even though we can clearly hear him snoring. I'm under the impression that he's just been there for ever since I saw him, so probably a few days.
Give me a moment.
Okay, thanks, I'm off. He's also telling like that lady, but I don't really care. Actually, wait, what about Cindy? I see they're not on the balcony anymore, but what if they're like inside their little coal house? It looks like they're not here. well, across the water we go then. I don't think there's anything else to do on the side. Can't talk to Everett. I think I talked to every like significant NPC. Actually, I think I talked to pretty much every NPC around here except for maybe Billy, the person who I helped find their dead husband of. So actually, I guess there was still a thing. I got a quest to like call the station and see like, am I Laputa Madre's peon? I'll call my station if I find out, if I dare, which I might as well, right?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I have some healing items, so it's probably gonna be okay, right? Pick up the radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
It's 57, we've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi and... Why not? The attack is over, but why not? I gotta do a status report and everything.
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Crenel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Okay.
Silence.
Wait a minute, couldn't I talk to Everett like that? He is listening. I can ask him to help me find my gun. But now, I guess there is also Roy, which I gotta remember to put my flashlight away. So let me just put in my flashlight so I can be less threatening. There, he'll feel so safe.
I see you were wounded in a recent altercation. A speedy recovery to you, officer. Now, what can I do for you?
You know what? Why not? That's a decent chance. Might as well, like, push up a little bit more and then see what's there. I need electrochemistry, I believe. Now I just gotta look through every clothing item I have and look for electrochemistry. Should be fine, right? I think I have a couple things. I already have electrochemistry pants, but the gloves. I think that's everything I have for electrochemistry. Wait, actually, I have this too.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something, soft, yet crinkly.
There's something in here?
Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar.
Is this gonna kill me?
Not familiar in a good way, you might say. There's pain in there somewhere. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in Sur-le-Clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers.
Thanks, Wompy Dumpy Nom Center. I can make a new save. Make a new one. Like a new save. I rename it. Well, I guess it's there now.
Hello again. How can I help you?
83% is good.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Pyrrolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
Pyrrolidon, what's that? Is this where Encyclopedia comes in?
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
It's just me, or is it really warm in here?
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
It's pretty obvious that you're under the influence, sir.
Pyrrolidon is just something since the People's Power disaster. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. Had to take it for radiation sickness.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
What's the People's Pile?
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too.
I think isn't like a pile a word for like a really primitive nuclear reactor, I think? Fun fact, did you know?
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service, releasing radioactive waste into River Esperance.
Why is it called the People's Pile?
Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued work on it after the Commune fell. They wanted a cheap source of energy for Revachol West. Needless to say, things didn't work out.
What's a particle decay generator?
A primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile.
Oh. So I was right. I got my facts straight. I do have Encyclopedia in real life. Why did it fail?
An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion. Both the faulty design and lack of finances contributed to the catastrophe.
You know, a couple of days ago, like a week or two ago, I was looking into just randomly how the whole Chernobyl incident happened, and suddenly I became slightly more familiar with nuclear reactor design. Fun fact. Tell me more about this emergency brigade you were a part of.
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a red drop of blood.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. Didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick.
Must have been tough. A radioactive cleanup.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was it that the generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's. A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
I ended up running a pawn shop.
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, We just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
Thank you for telling me. Conclude.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
I'm not gonna ask for Perladon. I've got the business to take care of now. Cool. Actually, I did just save, so... Apricot chewing gum wrapper. This is gonna kill me, isn't it? Especially if I consume it. Just if I consume the wrapper, that's probably not healthy. Let's try it.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet, or some ancient temple.
Take a deep, deep breath. Just huff that in.
Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger, like a glow, with every breath you take. Whatever petrochemical byproducts they used to create this artificial flavor have bonded tightly to the wrapper, or is that just your memory filling the gaps?
Thanks, Wompty Dumpty Dom Center.
Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes, made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive.
End of summer.
The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you, the shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there.
Where did it go?
Why are you talking to a gum wrapper?
Ancient temple?
Yes, from the height of antiquity, a long, long time ago, millennia ago, on an island of time you can never return to.
Alright, flashlight out again. And probably a better looking shirt. Okay, what's this gonna be? What does it give?
Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In 38, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safre, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation. His body was found hanging from a decorative dragon tree in his junior suite, amid drug paraphernalia, unwholesome objects, and the Sylvia Trainer single, Wonderland, skipping in the background. And yes, you can take this as a metaphor for Revachol in the 30s, and also as a warning.
What do I get? All psychic learn catchphrase by 1. You know what that means? That means, if I still have the option to ask Lily on a date, that means I get 2 retries instead of just 1. Although, the option is probably gone. Considering, like, this is probably the end of the game, and, like, Kim's probably not gonna have anything to say. Like, probably not gonna let me go on a date just, like, after being shot. And, like, when we're so close to probably solving the thing. But, if I do get the option, I'm probably gonna try it. I got the skill points. Is the old lady still there? Does she have anything to say?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
I got shot! Exclamation mark. Presented in a musical tone, indicating that I'm very pleased about the event.
Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
Yeah, I guess you're right. The men with guns were coming for me after all.
I'm not sure those were the last of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
Then we'll be ready for them.
Goodbye, I'm off. Okay, so is it still an option? Ask a lady on a date.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
I need you to date me.
You're not limping. You're you.
Okay. What if I get a bonus for this, for the check? Cause she like takes pity on me. It's like, I got shot, please go out with me. If someone did that in real life, I don't know what to think. I'd probably consider it. I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
Well, 2 of those were from me. I'll have you know. And my gunshots were very accurate. I hit my target twice in a row. I didn't do damage, but I did hit the mark.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You should see the other guys. They're all dead. But it's nothing to worry about. It's just, everyone's dead.
So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than being dead.
Actually, I didn't kill anyone. I failed to kill anyone. I'm not a killer, I'm a cop. Well, I guess that's probably the same thing to her.
Hi. I guess you are. I understand that's how it goes.
I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Go on a date with me. Okay. This is what it all comes down to. I need as much suggestion as possible, which is probably just 1. I think I have 1 piece of +1 suggestion clothing items. Either that or actually none. But surely I have at least 1. Like there. +1 suggestion. I need to go over everything. Because this is now everything. That's already. Okay. Actually, that goes in the same slot, doesn't really matter. But you know what? That probably looks better. I have this thing. That's. Okay, yeah. I have +1 suggestion for a grand total of 0.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Actually, thinking about it now, why did I even bother? Like, I have to roll 2 6s in any scenario. There's nothing I can do to raise these odds. So, she's going to deal with another drunk badly.
Get the drink on. It would be unimaginable for a human female to have sex with a man without alcohol as the master of ceremonies to guide them.
Since the dawn of mankind, Al Ghul has watched over the reprocreation of our species. Lay with me, let's celebrate the Ghul.
Now, there's a whole shipment of big words. May mankind be plentiful, I guess. Can I get back to my nets now?
She doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Go on a date with me.
Alcohol, man. That's exactly what she needs. Now make her see that.
I want to be close to you, and there's but one way to intimacy.
What?
Drunk date. All we need is booze. The rest will follow. I have one bottle on me right now.
Funny. Funny sailor jokes. Sorry if I'm not laughing out loud, but the comedy has worn thin over the years.
It's okay. She just hasn't figured out how these things work between the sexes. Keep at it. She'll come around.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Go on a date with me.
Alcohol, man. That's exactly what she needs. Now make her see that.
Alcohol makes close as possible. Let's connect.
Alcohol? Connect? I'm not sure I'm following you.
Get hammered with me on a date. Drunk date, it'll be nice, I promise.
That's a good impression. You really cracked me up, officer. Now, how can I help you?
She doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later.
She reminds me of you with this level of obliviousness. Well, I'm out of chances then. We need to get to the island. Point to it.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tide just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Let me borrow your boat.
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
What if I want to rock?
See, that makes me not want to lend you my skiff. On a boat, rocking leads to capsizing. That there is an absolutely 100% rock-free skiff. You got that?
Thank you. We'll use your gift to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Is the boat here, or... That must be it. I need to put on my police coat. Makes me feel better. This one, I like this one better. Oh. Is there anything else? Anyone else I need to talk to? I don't think there is. Actually, okay, hang on. Well, you're laughing at, like, my fashion choices. Look, I like this coat, alright? What do you mean? My fashion choices are mostly okay. It's just that the armor makes me look like I'm not wearing a shirt. It just looks like I really have some really weird intestines going on under this coat. I tell the kids I got shot.
The scruffy head.
Never mind. I don't want anything to do with those kids. I got these guys.
Man, you're like bleeding now. Reality's really messed you up.
You've seen you. What this guy?
The legend! He's back. And thirsty. I got smokes and piss and a little speed to spice things up.
You know what? I did technically have a quest to, you know, light the graffiti on fire. Technically. Light the graffiti on fire with the burning cigarette. It says on my can. I want a pack of smokes. Why not?
My kind of guy. Here you go, friend.
I'm off. What about this guy?
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
The dozing man mumbles something inaudible.
Okay. Can I fast travel from here? I hope I can still fast travel because before I head out to the island, I want to go light that stuff on fire. Travel here. And hopefully, as I'm gonna save on my pawn shop. Don't beat the game without you. Okay, I guess I'll go, Yo, I don't know when the end of the game is. But I guess in the meantime, I can go try and light this up. Flashlight.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The 1st Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls standing in salute, ready to step into fire for you, sir.
Pull one out of the pack.
You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself.
Yeah, I want to, like, do the quest. Alright, light it up.
Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. A primal satisfaction. Here we go.
I just realized it's gonna give me a heart attack, isn't it?
The lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's off. In your case, the safety is always off.
Did that bad boy in the flame and breathe in. Intellect raised. Heart attack imminent.
Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself. The man you were in your youth. Johnny Thundercop is back, and he's chill as balls.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button. Cigarettes gives +1 to intellect skills. Logic, rhetoric, conceptualization, visual calculus, encyclopedia, and drama. This is good before a white check, but damages your health.
Hang on, did I have to do that at all?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
Yeah, I'm reloading. I'm gonna have a clean run with no substance use. Clean run. No substance use at all, only arson. It also saves me like 1 healing item. Actually, no, so... Might as well wait for you to come back. What else can I do? I can just go around looking at stuff. Okay, you know what? I guess technically, what I could do... Probably get some empathy going.
Make way for the master poet.
That's all from that by. I guess I might as well see what this is. Empathy. I might as well spend all my skill points. Might as well.
Make way for the master poet.
That's all for now. Okay, so surely I got something. The +1 empathy. I don't know if I have any like other clothing items for empathy. I wish they managed to you could just click on a skill and then like it would highlight things that affected that skill, so you didn't have to just search through the whole inventory every single time. I don't know if I have any empathy clothing items. Okay, there we go. There's one. Surely I have like at least a few. That's -1. Shoes. And that thing. Okay, I'm looking pretty good. I'm about to put the pathetic and empathetic.
Make way for the master poet.
What I see in his eyes.
In his eyes, an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold.
Familiar how?
It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon. The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. It forms a crisscross pattern across the land.
Where does it lead?
Above the Jamrel Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, high above buildings, new and old, the air filled with the rumble of motor engines.
Further.
To the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the river Esperance, past Montmartin, the border approaches.
What's beyond the border?
You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
What's in the southwest?
Excuse me?
A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
And I get longing. I felt something similar since I woke up.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
What's it like to miss someone?
What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Copman? You missing someone?
No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I miss someone, but I don't know who it is.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone, and I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
That's all for now. I'm back.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
That's all for now. What else we've got?
Was that? Could it be? The Col de Mama Dakwa? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear.
Is there a ringing? Listen more closely.
There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic, Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always?
Listen closely first.
There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species. Yeah, but how are you going to catch it?
Keep listening.
It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy ornithologist. The only birds you should be looking for are healthy women of childbearing age.
Hold very still and hope the bird comes to perch on your shoulder. Proceed.
Oh no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets.
Now listen more.
Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again. That pawnbroker, Roy, was into natural sounds too. Maybe you could talk to him.
Where's it called in Mama Dakwa? 7 hours. I don't even know if I'm gonna get that done. But I guess if there's anything, I should probably pick one. I guess this is the most useless one since it's a one-time benefit and I've already spent it. You have to spend the point to forget it though. Maybe I just shouldn't. It's like, I'm not gonna have the time. Let's see what else is there to do. I guess I'll talk to Roy, but I'll probably have to put away the flashlight.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Do you have any recordings of the Cold Mama Dakwa?
The Coldima Madakwa? Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds for that matter.
Well, I wouldn't have guessed that you know what the Cold Mama Dakwa is.
That's fair. It's been a long time since my Coldima Madakwa hunting days. Once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore and started looking for all kinds of interesting sounds instead. This was before, you know, lost touch with them after all of that.
That sounds cool.
Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Coldima Madakwa. And he was one of those passionate people who know a lot about all kinds of strange things. So he got the rest of us to join in his search.
And did you ever find it?
We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them, cut them up and combined them into the Symphonia Coldima Madakwa.
Can I listen to it?
Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all. But I do have a tape with some ultrasonic sounds that might be what you're looking for.
Do we really have time for this?
Yes, it's absolutely necessary for my research.
This recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking to record anything specific. Just left a recording device there one morning. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz audible to the human ear. It will be strange.
As the hum grows louder, modulating but always unnaturally uncomfortably low, like it's coming not from the speakers, but also from inside your chest, breathing is becoming difficult. Not good, not good. You're about to start suffocating. You have to stop this. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher-pitched sounds, some random, some appearing to form patterns, hit your eardrums. Seabirds most likely, gulls and such.
Eagles?
And skewers, but shh.
That's it. The signal in the noise. The thin whisper. A low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues, then begins to recede, dissolving in what must be the sound of water lapping at the bank.
You know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the cold Mamadakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still, fascinating, aren't they? Early morning sounds.
Please, no more experimental listening while we're on this case.
I have other business to take care of now. I guess technically, I could also disability, but I really doubt it's gonna do anything. I wonder where like everyone went. Pretty sure I've already been in all these rooms because yeah, there's not that many to like check in. I've already found them all. This is the one, right? It's just locked. Just saw this. It's a green door, so.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security.
There's probably nothing in there. I don't think there's anything up here. I wonder. Hang on. Let me check something. Let me check my thing. I'm trying to like timestamp. I normally like to keep timestamps, but for some reason I don't think it always turns on. Well, okay, apparently that is a thing, and it's just like, apparently it's like per channel or something, because I never had that turned on. It's been about 20 minutes. I think I'll just head towards the thing now. If you're back, you gotta let me know, because I've been waiting, just like pacing around trying to figure out things to do. Because I don't know how close I am to the end. I imagine I'm pretty close to the end, but I don't know for sure.
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all about that kind of pain. I've had hip trouble for the past week. Maybe it's time to slow down, enjoy life a bit. Anything I can do to assist you?
Bye for now. Let's save again. And then gonna light up that heavy fuel oil thing. Save. Shop.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Step back, Kim. Set the graffiti on fire with a lit cigarette.
The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message.
Police, Martinez.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters.
Let's go to that island.
Made a screenshot. Perfect. Oh, hey Miri, welcome back. You, I want to say you didn't miss much, but I just lit the ground on fire. And now Kim's desperately trying to urge me to get to the island, instead of committing arson.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
Alright. And maybe just fast travel. That would probably be a bit faster than walking across the map again.
Be careful out there. Sea's calm as death, but still.
Alright. I guess I'm not gonna go on a date with Lillian. Up to the island we go. Whatever is out there.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Yeah, pretty sure I've done everything. I think anyone else I need to talk to is just like a random small NPC. You take the engine cam, I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? What? How else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Get in and ride to the island.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally.
It's not square in the water.
Want to be free. Want to be free.
It's a pretty slow boat. I guess boats are kind of slow. I've been on a boat like big once, and it was approximately this slow, if not slower. I bet Kim's sitting there wishing this boat would go faster, so he didn't have to listen to this.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
Theoretically, wouldn't it have been faster to just pick up the boat and carry it to like right behind the church, and then put it down the water there and then set off, instead of just going all this way? That would probably like give us twice as much fuel to work with. At least make it cost half as much to get there, back. We definitely could have like yeah. You're right. I've never done speed once in this playthrough, except for those times when I tried to open the door, and I thought maybe huffing on some speed would help me open the door. I mean, arguably it helped. Like, I hit the skill threshold exactly with the speed buff, and it was just it was also a critical success, and it was just it failed anyway.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
I'm out. I mean, is there much point whispering? I mean, I just blasted music for like a solid minute approaching the island. Anyone here would probably be able to hear that.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads into the depot on the land's end.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
This means I sorta got into the depot door.
Technically, no, it doesn't.
Let me have this game.
He's right.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
And I was just talking about opening that door too. Hey Kim.
Yes?
Nothing. That's gotta be like a universal experience where you're trying to talk to someone. It's like you engage conversation and then like you immediately end conversation because there's nothing to talk about. It happens so much. Inflammable. I mean, does that mean it can be lit on fire? Or does that mean it can't be lit on fire? Because flammable and inflammable mean the same thing. I mean, I have cigarettes. I could probably just light one up and like blow up the whole island if I wanted to, which I kind of do. But I should probably do all the business first. I see him. Can't get over there. Get over here? I guess that's like the door. You see all this stuff is.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
What does this mean, a generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
If I kick this generator, it's probably going to do damage to me. So... Oh, it did negative damage to me.
A small agony. Minuscule bones may have fractured, but it proves the point.
I got healed. Ouch. But it feels good.
He nods approvingly. He even smiles.
I mean, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
That went really well. It actually healed me. I bet if I didn't have the anti-object task force, that would have definitely killed me.
The hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
There's so much stuff to inspect here.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You think whoever slept here is...
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
No time to rest now.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
But I gotta do the thing.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalist T&T Harpin. husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
83%. Pretty good, right?
Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Kim, the range call me ranting.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist student's room?
A student in the apartment building seemed to have some as well.
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Critical theory books. What do you think this means?
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
What else have we got? Chair?
Soft covers.
That's a book. A thing. A pants. No, a scarf. Okay. Let's see. I want to see what this thing was. Ooh, my DG morale. I needed that, considering I only had like one healing item left. I'm kind of surprised I've made it this far and not had to like purchase healing items. I've just been scavenging my way through.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
How do you open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
No, this isn't one more door. We're opening it.
Alright, I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
It's on the other side.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
So now I just need to figure out what to do about that. Inspect that. I can't inspect that. Oh, there's something down here. Can I inspect it from here? Do I use the generator or?
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open.
Can I do anything here? Oh, I guess I walked through there. I thought it was like a solid wall down there. I thought for a second I was about to get stuck because I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't know you could walk through here. Oh, that's probably what I do. But I gotta inspect this thing.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Put my fingers on the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Turn, emergency open.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine.
The boat engine? Well, we get some from the boat engine?
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The consul stands by, mutely.
Okay. Guess there's probably something out here then. How big is this island? I thought this would just be the end. Like, I just go there and it's immediately the end of the game. I guess I'm about to find out. I thought maybe I'd finish the game today. I mean, maybe I can. I guess I did start an hour late, so I could go an extra hour, no problem. There's a fuel can. Lum fuel canister for $48. And,
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
I mean, checking all the NPCs was important. I need to see, like, who's a real one, you know? Who cares about me getting shot? Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
I'm still enjoying Disco Elysium, okay?
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
And between the two,
the box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
There it is.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see to the roof.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Hey, when they said cheek against cheek rest, I thought they were talking about the shooter's ass. I was thinking like, huh, you have to rest your ass when you shoot a gun? I guess it makes sense, because you gotta relax, but I mean, maybe I'm right. Maybe you do have to like sit down really nice and comfortable. Maybe you like really cup your ass and get a clean shot. I don't want to. Oh. Okay, I can make this shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
I didn't come here before.
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
Yeah, you're right.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. Then again, his face twitches.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
On this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
Oh, but first, there's a little, tiny little, like, indication that I can inspect this thing. See this flashing little green speck? Dramamine. Dramamine without the drama. Drama-free means. There, I passed the perception check in real life to notice that tiny little green pixel that indicated I get trapped with that box. And I got some heals out of it. Still can't believe I've never, like... I had to purchase healing items. I just scavenged for everything. I'm just running. I'm just running myself. I'm not just gonna slowly auto-path walk myself over.
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open. Makeshift electrical wiring runs out of its side and across the floor.
Put fuel into the tank.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
No. Assuming I beat the game soon, I still want to go back and like try the tribunal again. And maybe, if I have a save for it, go back further and like try and keep Ruby alive. If I have a save for it, which I might not, I might have like lost it.
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Urgence ouvert reads one dial key. Allumer reads another.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot.
Turn emergency open. I could slide radio dial too if I wanted to. But nah, let's open that door.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Do we really have to watch this whole door slide open? I guess we might as well.
After you.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
Harry, this reminds you, you're out of bullets.
My gun's out of bullets, by the way.
Then it's extra good that mine is not.
Let's go. But first,
a dim golden glow animates
slide radio
the
dial.
console. The dial slides under the dusty glass, dark and silent, despite the power being on. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words "failed insula" are written on the band.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
It's an air-gapped system, an off-air military model. Its circuits are nearly impossible to bend, i.e., It cannot be remote controlled.
I wonder how many bullets this can have. Like, couldn't I borrow some bullets? Well, it's a good thing Kim's gonna protect me. I protected Kim, and now it's Kim's turn to protect me. Hey, Kim.
Yes?
Nothing. Can I stand on this campfire? This is the police. Put your hands behind the ground.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Bell McGraw?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
You know what? I thought this guy would like sound a lot more old and raspy, but he sounds pretty healthy for how he looks.
Southeast Samaran made, exotic, must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The Sinyao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
Encyclopedia?
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution in the Safarid Empire, extinguished in 06.
It's not white from the board. I remember it.
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog.
The time will come to win his trust, comrade. It is not now. You need to take care of the gun first.
If you retained your eyesight. I thought this guy would like be nearly blind, because he looks really old.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How did you know I was coming? Was it the music?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
No, you didn't. I mean, Kim implied we probably shouldn't, but he didn't outright say we shouldn't do it. You didn't say that.
I did.
No, he didn't.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
Fine.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating mental illness music.
I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move. Proceed.
No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
What did you say?
The future teaches you to be alone.
At least it wasn't out of bullets with that shotgun. I mean, well, technically, you never know. We haven't really checked the gun. What if he's wrong? What if it does have bullets?
The present.
The present.
The present to be afraid. Cold.
Pick up the gun line, Sam. I can take his gun.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
Get it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It's as you said, it's a triangle made in Sinyao.
Worn, personalized even. Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind.
This uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46.
Jacketed, military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away.
This rifle has been patched and modified several times.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
Still with a gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response? Something is slightly off with his motorics. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Those words, the future teaches you.
Real music. Real brilliant kult. That's La Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
Marching song.
I know La Revacholière. It's the marching song of the World Revolution.
There you go. 1 of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess.
How does it go, the song?
How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was an Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's the length of my entire life.
It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Always waiting.
For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child revolution.
Girl child revolution? Girl boss power?
Always.
I'm afraid she's gone.
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for our revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
What's reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
And when was this exactly?
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once. All the greed and terror in the world. tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
What then? I'm glad I have this flashlight. This flashlight has been like the most useful tool in dialogue.
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from Capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
Know what?
That the bourgeois are not human.
Let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Yeah, we enforce the law. We keep these animals from killing each other.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce land.
You know, that one thing. I probably should have got rid of this thing, because I'm never going to use this. And this thing literally hurts me. Oh well.
Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
You never signed the Revacholian instrument of surrender.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is this the one thing that comes of me talking with Renee so much? If it is, that's really cool.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Understood.
I don't think you did. You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing and sporting goods. It's not real.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I always thought like one of Kim's lens frames was like fully opaque. I don't know if I'd never noticed before, but you can kind of see both eyes. It was probably always like that. I never paid attention. I never looked into Kim's eyes, so I'm gonna have to remedy that as soon as we get back to the station.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
You also have Druamine.
We have Druamine, another opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
You like that Druamine, don't you?
It's the little joys. A dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
What's Kim about to say?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
What is this place? This island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
In the landing? Retaking a Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
I feel like if I say the wrong thing, I'm gonna take damage. Morale damage. And then it's gonna kill me. Coalition military.
Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
How'd you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
The weapons cache under St. Gislan 22B. Point to it. In the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
There were.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's a small bunker under the felled building. Stayed there.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I have 15 communists. I'm also a communist.
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
No, I really am a communist. I have communist thoughts in my head. I have 16 communist points.
All the real communists are dead. They died fighting for communism. Are you dead? No. You're an inert lumpen with a gun.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
You probably could have said that like 20 minutes ago when we got here.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. The expression on his face is unreadable. There's some sort of interference there. Neurological?
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while.
But what?
This is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution.
Killed morale.
Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first.
So... Wait, so which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you. And in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Colonel?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Let's see. The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the whirling rags. Yeah, the first one, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those treks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
We've done the ballistics. Hydrate premium. Okay. Have you just been saving up for that? Okay. Hydrate premium, which I didn't think anyone would actually do. I down an entire water bottle. Which, okay. I don't even know what. I don't remember what I put in that one. What did I put in that one? Did I even put anything? Can't see my descriptions. Did I not put any descriptions in there? I don't even remember, like, what I had what I had in there. I'm one water bottle down now, thanks to you. We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitted to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
You said fascists? You're admitting you killed them?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the Triangong 446.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen.
We saved a lot of them. Elaine, and that musician. We handled it.
Like fuck you did. You didn't handle anything. I watched it happen. You let those beasts rip right into them. Got the fat kid killed. The old man, too. None of those people mean anything to you. The vultures feed on this
emotional damage.
You prepare the meal for them.
I'm still good. I still have 1 morale.
You're getting diverted. Push the gun. Only the gun matters.
So you watched the fight? Did you like what you saw? The mayhem. It was all your doing. Your plan. You got them killed.
You don't know anything.
Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon. Point to it.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Correct. You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
Calling it, we have the murder weapon.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Come on, what am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh yeah.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Am I gonna take damage from this? Of course, thank you, Head, thank you.
You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul.
There were Maybells behind the victim's window, shown the bright flower.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them. So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A young woman called Claudia. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind your window.
Claudia.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
It's Claudia. You hadn't heard the name, had you?
My ears don't reach the city.
Know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything.
I wonder what brand the boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Well, 6 drama. This will be pretty good, right? 97%. It doesn't get better than this.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
That was where it's gonna fail that. People change shoes. Doesn't mean you weren't there. Near the room when the victim died and sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood.
He was a soldier too. He was a man.
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So, shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Hold my breath.
I had them in my sights, both of them, him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
You pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Yeah. Let's assess his body, like 72%. It's always 72%. But at least it's a weight check.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild.
Okay, I hit that perfectly. I got a 1 and a 5. He's surprisingly okay.
Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated? By what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
Mr. Gross, are you on some kind of a psychoactive substance?
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You said you take painkillers.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses, not enough money for a greedy doctor.
Are you sure about him being lucid? Maybe he's just affected by an extreme case of socialism. It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
You on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
Mr. Gross, are you okay? How is your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
And beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on, right there. She needed it just to move.
I think she hid there. Is this like the passports and documents that we couldn't find?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Oh, it was your passport. See, I remember all the facts and lore I've come across. And I've been accused of not paying attention to the story.
In the free state of Semonine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
Is this the guy who got the stuff? This is the hidden bush told us about. You looked into it?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
You saw her name on the passport, but before when I said her name is Clausia, you didn't seem to recognize it.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
Oh right, because she used the fake name. What did it say her name was in the passport?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Are you sure we checked the submersible? There was nothing there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
There it is again. The strange neurological state he's sometimes in.
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises, you can't make that out in a scope.
You can see her bruises through the scope of her rifle.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
What did you know about those minute details about the body?
It quickly comes to you.
Okay. I think 97% checks are making me the most nervous. The bruises on her body, any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Ever sneak it through a window on our roof?
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirligig rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
The door's locked, unless you knew about the key.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
And he found use for it. A spare key. like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
Did you have feelings for that woman?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left the dried flowers behind your window?
No,
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybelle's?
Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more.
Give more brain holes? So thanks for the sub. Well, I would, but I ran out of bullets. Are my alerts not working? I feel like sometimes my alerts just turn off. Just like, I don't know, they update or something, then like, they turn off. Then I have to go and turn them back on. I don't even remember what I have as my alert. It's probably just like the default sound and like some image I made in like 10 minutes. So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her. Conclude.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
How many skill points do I have now? I have a bunch of skill points. In conclusion, conclude.
Where is she, that Clazier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she let us here first. She figured someone was watching him from C4. I can probably tell him this, since, like, we're gonna arrest him anyway, probably.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week, at the island, like she knew. She'd look, at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put of hatred.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
We've been here so long, it stopped snowing. I just noticed. When we came here, it was like snowing, something. Or maybe we came here and it wasn't snowing. And then it started snowing. And it's no longer snowing. Mr. Clare? Mr. Everard?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Can I tell him that Mr. Everard helped me find my gun? Let him finish.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Well, I arrested them. That all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no.
I did make her go away.
The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
I talked to that guy. I had a whole arc based on that guy, like his storyline. And I gave his friend an old photo.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Okay, now I have some questions about this.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
Yep, sounds just like it. I think his wit could probably pass for that too. Just sits down by the campfire. He tells, like, he uncomfortably reminisces about the war in social settings. It starts snowing. It stops snowing and he's still going.
There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
That's not.
I remember him. I remember him from Lanos. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the Liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one. Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
Well, he's dead now, so you'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
He's dead. He died of old age a couple of days ago.
No.
Yes.
I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
Is that something you say to someone who was planning to kill someone and they died of old age first? I guess if he's not wrong, he did know him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck him.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
You had 1,000 chances to kill him.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
You cared about him?
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world.
Hey, Mr. Josh, to go on.
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
I might actually have to have another stream of Disco Elysium because I do have to go and like shovel some snow. And also, I just have to go to the bathroom because Miri redeemed a Ascended Hydrate and I had to down a whole water bottle. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is the end. I remember I watched you finish Disco Elysium and this was the end. You know what? I'm gonna go to the washroom and then gonna come back and I'm gonna finish the game. I'm gonna finish this whole thing today. BKB, but I forgot to make an asset. Okay, I'm back. Thank you.
It doesn't look like he is. Okay.
You mentioned the Union is a social democratic, and Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democrat.
I don't want to talk about goddamn social democrats. Traitors is all they are. Brain dead.
Disco horns?
I don't even care about those whores anymore. Get it over with. Take me in.
There was something about the statue on the roundabout and syphilis.
Frizzell the First. Philip the Second. What's the difference? Syphilitic murderers the lot. I don't want to think about those things anymore. I'm tired of all of it.
I'm glad we talked about this. Now...
Glad we talked about what?
Yosef Milanovich Dros, you're under arrest for the murder of Ellis Kortener. Put your hands behind the ground.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
I mean, I would have thought he accepted his fate. Like, he knew this was coming. He knew it was, like, this was gonna happen.
But...
Do you understand, sir?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Hang on. 17%. Perception. It's a good thing I have all these points. I'm probably gonna cap it out because last time I was cheap with it. I missed every important check by one singular point. But I just want to see what it turns into with 2 points. 42%. Yeah, I'm gonna cap it out. I've missed too many checks by one singular point. 72%. What could go wrong?
You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Okay. Well, okay. I didn't miss it by 1 point, okay? So at least there's that.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
We could all fit in the little boat.
Actually, no.
Does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Who watches him while I come back for you?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
Maybe I can just ask that nitpicker to watch him.
This is no harmless old man.
I mean, she did say, like, there's not much fuel in the boat.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now.
I don't have the option to listen anymore. You could come back for me once you're taken to the precinct.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
Don't need to be polite, I'll do it. I could just sit around on this island.
This world. What are you talking about? Is this... us?
The wind is cold from the east. Your skin is crawling suddenly.
Well, there it is. It's the stick bug.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What is that? Point to it, close bracket.
What are you talking about?
A giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
There it is. There it is. I see it. It kind of blends in with the reeds, but I can see the legs, at least.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reed.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
If he can see it too, then you're not totally insane. But that would mean it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
This is a good time for a save. I'll probably use my endgame save.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you.
Shouldn't we be watching the guy? We could just make a break for it while we're distracted.
Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
This is the Insulindian Phasmid.
It is.
He's gonna take a picture of it. You better not scare it away.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
The flash is loud, it won't like that.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the Phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Wait, let me approach it first.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the Phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Just listen to me. I need to communicate with this thing.
Shh. Okay.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
We should approach carefully. 97%.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the Phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you.
It's a good thing I laid on the pheromones thick. I knew that would pay off one day. I just thought maybe it'd be more than the +1.
Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
It's smelling me.
Maybe it is real, the pheromone.
The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape of seed heads. They rustle as the air moves. The ventricles at its abdomen continue expanding, like lunglets. Breathing you in, your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze.
My hand slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
It's the other hand too.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
plans down.
Sets of complex eyes follow you, droplets of dew on either side of the head.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on my tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful, it may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
+1. It was Inland Empire, what? Right? Yeah, Inland Empire. I think it needs to be. I can have one more point. I better make sure, you know.
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Fire burning.
Fire? Where?
Inside.
I do not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood, but lymph, like sap from a wine palm. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn.
I'm glad to be me. An incredibly sensitive instrument. I just want to double check to make sure that the guy is still there, just rocking back and forth. Which he is.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you. With all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
Detective,
I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
I was born to detect. Also that.
I can also detect pheromones. The ones on you tell me that you will not eat me, and that I will benefit from your closeness. In short, I love you.
Would. Is this a dream? What is happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is foaming me. This is real.
You know? Yeah. Who needs like my former wife? I could marry the Phasmid. I could marry the Cryptid. Where does this come from? All this around us. The world?
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
Then all we can do is beat our fists against it, day after day, with no answer.
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so
So, you look like a reed and you eat reeds?
Yes, they don't mind.
Have you ever accidentally eaten another reed Phasmid?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain, also by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Samanese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Reverchol, district of Martinez, March 51.
That's insane.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively median life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
I hated the Darians in Ark. They killed my first dino. I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Ow.
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget?
I'm not gonna blink. I bet if I blink, it's just gonna disappear. Have I always thought this way?
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
I've already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
I still want to take the picture, but I don't know if I get the opportunity now. I'm gonna end this and hope I still get the opportunity to take the picture, but I kind of doubt it. I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all. I'm gonna assume that I'm not having a violent epileptic seizure. I don't make sure there's no other option.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful. Please marry me. My wife left me. And Lillian won't date me.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
I will. I'll find a monster waifu.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet. Looks like someone's got hurt in a fight. This antennae is much smaller than the other one.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at my finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
I could lick my finger. I mean, I might do that next. I mean, later. Carefully pat its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning!
Am I supposed to pull my hand away? Pull my hand away. I've been warned.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think.
I lick my finger.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
We got it. Back off.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
We can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What now?
What now?
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
It's the helmet. I got the helmet. And a rifle scope. There. 0 suggestion. It looks like an okay hat. Is that the thing I just looked at? Oh.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
What's this doing in the Phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
I think the Phasmid took it.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual. I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island, and the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it, but to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
A curious octopus would do something similar, or even a cuttlefish.
Perhaps it was curious, like an octopus.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point.
The photo.
It's Clausia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow.
It says Katarzyna Alazie.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name, where Clausia comes from. Remember? God damn it.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be a real name. She lied to us.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us. One more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
What's her real name?
I don't know. But it's not Katarzyna Alazie, or Clausia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
Hey Kim.
Yes?
Nothing. Alright, let's take this guy away.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the phasmid?
Mr. Dros?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking. Like an addict of some terrible substance.
With my hand in front of his eyes.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dros?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
Old age and shock, yes.
The appearance of the phasmid in conjunction with the stress of the arrest. He spent his entire life here. For him to leave would be...
We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should...
Show him the detached scope.
I lost...
You lost it, Mr. Dross?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dros. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh.
Show him the passport.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirit.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
The helmet. I found the helmet.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dros could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Military risk now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched, and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here, if we don't take too long.
Oh, let's go back. There's probably like some kind of debrief after, right? I imagine that's gonna probably happen soon. Like I always saw like videos on YouTube, like final debrief, maximum stats, which I never watched, so I don't really know anything about.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Okay, and what's the ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the Black and White Army of the Revolution.
Was I supposed to see this all like on the way in? Like as I'm just leaving now? Now I see it?
Sounds an awful lot like
RCM. Sounds like RCM. Professional Citizens Militia.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
Just catch my breath.
This is better preserved than the others. You can still read the sign.
Looks old. What is it still doing? What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Those spec stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the Face in the Sea.
A white star.
No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune. The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
That's just a seam in reality. That doesn't look right. What's that flutter?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath the flutter.
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend.
Kim.
Yes?
Nothing.
This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you. You're concentrated on how.
It's pretty silent on this island.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
Wait, I have to listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Ahead.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Beyond that, further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
Below the silence?
Col de Mamadakwa.
I found it. The Col de Mamadakwa. To the east.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers.
The west.
A silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
Well, I've technically discovered two cryptids. Where's the boat?
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's return to the mainland. Hopefully it goes faster this time than
Let's.
into like a
We're done.
2-minute song. But at least now we can blast the rock music.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
the tide brought him.
I found the helmet.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it.
He recognized my armor.
Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Armor? No one else seems bothered by it. In fact, almost no one else even acknowledged it. Except for Kim, when I got the shoes.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Yeah, I'm a cop in a goddamn exoskeleton.
Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
You're the man with the sunglasses.
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine.
Forget about all this. This is a giant.
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Oh yeah. I was wondering who the third guy was. This is the guy. This is the guy who gave me Wompty Dompty Down Center. Yeah.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Quemar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
So this guy was like one of mine?
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later. But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Okay, you gotta have my back. Let's destroy them.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
So Trent Heilerstam turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam.
Yes, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I never said I wasn't Trent Heilerstam.
So, what's up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
Oh, okay. Thanks for Wompty Dompty Down Center.
No problem.
So what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
What's a shit kid?
You. Shit kid? That's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
How'd you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I saved his establishment and he still betrays me. I gave him a taxidermy bird, which I stole from that shack.
Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerografito in front of the building. It was on fire.
Well, actually, the fire went out. I watched the fire go out, so it was not on fire. Well, it was on fire, but the fire went out, so it is no longer on fire. Yeah, it was this one junior delinquent.
I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it.
You weren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Actually, I suspected something was off.
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Absolutely no idea. 100 years?
You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman. Point at her. Judith Minot, whatever her name was.
Lieutenant, my name is not horse-faced woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
We're still friends. I just have a stupid head.
Okay. Because you're my commanding officer, I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
You mentioned a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Idlestown, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Yeah, who's Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
Guillaume Bevy blonde with sunglasses like you were?
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G. Bevy. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore.
Okay, so what does the unit do?
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
Where have you been all this time?
Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Why didn't you detect or die then?
Oh, you think it was cool you saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here. Breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to.
None of this is ringing any bells. Move on.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
I thought it was Kim who drove the boat.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, pound, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Wait, socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory? I have a decent amount of money now, all thanks to Whompty Dumpty Dom Center, and getting hundreds of dollars from people. Which probably played a significant part, actually. Like, I got $100 from Joyce. I got $100 from the light bending guy. I took Everett's giant check, and $5, that's like 30. And then the rest is probably like Whompty Dumpty Dom Center.
Not when you phrase it like that, but I don't think critical theory. I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking Vrede for school here, but Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying, or insane, or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I'm ready to lead again.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on hard.
What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Okay, just stand there.
Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool.
Really? I mean, standing here is cool.
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Well, in the ocean. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, in the ocean, under the sea. Our work vehicle, with fish and clams and other sea shit.
I don't know. I don't know what it's doing there.
I do. You drove it into the water. Everyone on the street saw you do it. It's going to be a local landmark too, on the brochure. Thank you for fucking us, Harry. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. You know that, right? You're gonna get fired, and I'm gonna pay till I die. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
What I do have is this futuristic armor.
We're not armor cops. We're cops. People don't know us by our armor. They know us by our badges. You called in and said you lost yours. Have you found it?
My badge? Are they gonna take my? They're gonna take my badge? My badge?
The thing that tells people you're a police officer.
Look, I showed my badge. By clear, like 6 feet away. Unless he's gonna like telekinesis it out of my hands or something.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
I'm proficient in catching small objects.
Not today, badge.
Behold, my badge.
And your gun?
I'm holding it. I'm literally holding it in my hand.
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. What is it with all these material objects?
I'm holding my gun right now. The gun's right here.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
I didn't lose my gun. I have my gun. Show him the gun again.
We're not talking about the fucking gun anymore. We're talking about the vaporized cloud of ethanol coming from your mouth.
This is so unfair. He knows you have the gun, and still he's punishing you.
I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking yet. I have not consumed a single substance this entire playthrough. At least, and like went on with it.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Yeah, I've handled an actual corpse.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain Classier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Classier? She was some kind of spy from the Occident, specially trained.
Well, if she was specially trained, I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, the one who shot herself in the head. Or the fact that you're Evra Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
I thought it was 6 or 7.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you?
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffretor Dubois.
Okay. Him likes me, right?
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See, I didn't drink anything. I didn't consume any substances.
see?
1 week.
Then there's the boring cop issue. Despite all the obvious and almost grotesque mannerisms and sartorial choices, he still insists he isn't characteristic enough. It's...
I mean... I only have 7 in Boring Cop.
It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
You should yell something.
That's probably not a good idea. But... I'm a policeman of the state to come.
The RCM consists of policemen of the state that is, so a little discrepancy there. Other still, he is also a full-blown fascist, an ultra-nationalist, woman-hater, and more than a little racist. How he reconciles these 2 points of view? But he is vocal about both.
Is this just because I have this Rivasholian nationhood, which not only did I never get benefit out of, but this thing has also hurt me, like, 5 times.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped working on the case. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which by the way was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand.
It's gonna blow away.
You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
See, I'm a pretty okay detective, and an absolutely giant communist. I got 16 communist points.
Fucking hell. Is this somehow connected to the case?
The killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
Yeah, the phasm may have contributed to his mental state in some way over the years.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
The killer, Lilianovich Dross. We have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms: Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
When I finish this game, I'm probably just gonna like raid out immediately and forget about the whole redoing the tribunal, at least for this stream. I've gone over long enough, and I do have to go shovel the snow. Or I could just not. I'm not going outside.
This man's mother was Lilian, his Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
Yeah, if we're lucky, maybe I'll find someone to raid. Or I could just end. We'll see.
A strange psychosexual fascination. The result of spending all this time in solitude on the islands of this bay. And trauma too. He himself gave a political reason. In his mind, he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
I did all I could. Every second was a struggle.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something.
I also fixed the strike situation.
How? It seems to be ongoing. I see red banners on the gates.
He didn't quite solve it. He cross-pollinated information between the company rep and Evrard, until the rep came to see that the Union desires war, at which point Mrs. Messier decided to...
What? Hand clear the terminal?
I just told some people some things, no big deal. Things are calmer now.
Sounds like you got played, Harry. Because you were off your tits on Al Ghul.
Hey, how do you know about Al Ghul?
It doesn't matter how we know about Al Ghul. What matters is, you're Evrard Clare's peony now. Just as I said. He's a mob boss, did you know?
It's not quite like that. The move allowed us to stabilize things here. It was not bad for Martinez, and we don't owe anyone anything.
Okay.
Silence. Good. The man doesn't know what to say.
There's also a dead man on the boardwalk. A missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
I mean, before I got into Disco Elysium, I told myself I'm going fully in on Everett. I'm gonna be Everett's peon.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
I mean, technically. I did sort of give him a different signature on the signing thing, because there was no way I was getting the actual one. But it worked.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
Actually didn't. I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Rudy saw Salon 10, a commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
Also, the fast window's female. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Gathered items in its nest. A helmet, a scope, and a passport.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Encyclopedia?
Bowers are built by males of the species who can't afford colorful mating displays physically. This one was plain colored.
It could have been male, actually. I don't know.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
It told me.
Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense, yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
I hope we don't lose it. I hope it doesn't blow away in the wind or something.
Without it?
So what do you say? You don't take this hot shit back? Point to myself.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude.
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
We'd have a few questions before we go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
I mean investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Got the achievement. I recruited Detective Kim Kitsuragi.
He's really considering it.
Okay. Am I a dirty cop working for La Putra Madre?
No.
No, because the suspects seem to think...
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
But you just said that Everard is a mob boss, and I'm now his peon. So, this guy's just full of shit.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it.
Precinct 41. What kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
And the Sea Wing is...
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
Torsen and McLean?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
Yeah, the guy who put glue in his eyes and the writer.
They are damn iconic though, Torsen and McLean.
Iconic duo, I take it?
Yeah, not like us. 2 clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
And Price is...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
So I work in the Bloody Murder Station.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
The Phasmid. I need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
Cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock. She told me about this Phasmid.
Well, good luck finding her once we get back.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. I'm sure we'll find them. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Some chick, who?
Dora something. Dora Ingerlund. Yeah, you mentioned her name.
Not Dora Dubois.
So we weren't even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
Alright, I've heard enough. Making a new life now.
So have I. You bitterly dropped Dearest Dora and really tore me a new one twice a week, I think. It comes up.
The special consultant glances at his wristwatch.
Who am I? Sure, why not?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but
before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
A collection of found sportswear amassed.
Some of your more old-school wording choices. Your posture, even. The constant stretches.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
Alright, thanks Mary. Thanks for stopping by pretty much the whole journey.
And this guy, too. God, even this javelin throwing freak here.
Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Ishin Kuran? I was a gym teacher there.
Yes, you taught gym in Kuon. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Kuro is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
I'm ready. End.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
The great district hums in the falling rain. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Grand Couronne, from Precinct 41 to Boogie Street, forking into the rain-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Yes. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
End. Yeah, give Kim a pat on the back. Alright. I don't know if there's gonna be an epilogue or anything, so I'm gonna try and stick it out for the credits, but I do have to go do things, like, ideally soon. I don't think I'm gonna read out, actually. I think I'm just gonna end whenever, like, I get back to the title screen. I wonder how many people made this game. I also have to go to the bathroom again because I downed the whole bottle of water earlier. I also have to watch like all the translation credits too. I mean, how many languages are there? Just speeding up now. I think that's going faster now. And that's the end. I'm definitely not gonna redo the tribunal today. Like, maybe another time, but nah, not today. I don't think I'm gonna read anyone either. I'm just gonna end because I gotta go do a bunch of things like get food, shovel the snow, etc., etc. And to replace Disco Elysium, I've got Final Fantasy IX, which is going to be another journey.